Not today, friend. Not today. And welcome back. Hello, folks. Welcome back to the stream. It is I, DIGI Driver. Welcome to your Friday, December 8th, 2023. Unless you're on the other side of the world, in which case it is probably about, what, 5 something in the morning in Sydney or Tokyo. Good morning to you if it's your Saturday. Hello, friends. I am continuing with some additional scenery dev for another airport. Yes, I said another airport. And we're going to try to get to a couple of projects today. Maybe two, three buildings and a quick flight in either Microsoft Flight Simulator or P3D after we wrap up with the scenery development for this afternoon. But hello again, old friend. Very nice to see you. I hope that you have been very well, and I hope that I'm actually broadcasting. Let me see. Just checking myself. I don't think I have my volume up on my other screen. Let me double check. No, I don't. Okay. So, okay. Okay, I hear it. Good enough. All right, folks. Let's get started. You see a few windows in front of you. It has been, as the kids say, a minute. 5 by 5. Good to hear. All right. All right. So the building that you're looking at is actually I believe, the main FBO or terminal for Paulding Northwest Atlanta Airport. This is Kilo Papa Uniform Juliet. And essentially, this is quite literally one of the only buildings on the premises. So, oh, look at that. I just zoomed right in. That's kind of neat. And essentially, I'm working on this building. I'm probably going to build this hangar and this set of hangars. And then that's probably going to be it, other than some modifications to the landscape. I went here in Microsoft Flight Simulator not that long ago, and there wasn't much. There was a runway, there were some taxiways, some, I guess, areas for service vehicles and whatnot, but none of the buildings were here. Now, considering the airport and what they were trying to accomplish here, probably over the past 5 to 10 years, I wouldn't blame the AI for being confused as to what to render and what not to render. But this is, as far as I know, a general aviation airport, approximately, I don't know, like a half an hour to a 45-minute drive west northwest of Atlanta, more like northwest of Atlanta. And this airport's got a big enough runway to accommodate, I'd say accommodate, business jets and potentially even a CRJ or a random, 737-600. But they never they were never able to finish creating the what am I trying to say? They were never able to finish, I guess, commercializing the terminal, and there was quite a bit of pushback from the community with regards to not commercializing this place, or excuse me, not making another regional airport. I'm not getting any music from my Minecraft window, so let me just double check something. I might have to restart the app. I'll do that actually, because I wanna have the music playing in the background. So let me also check my dashboard and alerts just in case I'm about to broadcast that I'm actually doing a no microphone stream, because that's wrong. And let me go to, where is it? Where's CloudBot? CloudBot's right here. Got it. It's on. How about my timers? Silent microphone. Yep, there we go. Nope. Good. Good. That's good to know. Huh. So I should be back up. Let's go ahead and run that again. And now we'll have some music. Pardon my lack of preparedness. I wanted to make sure I got on as close to 2 o'clock as possible. I'll probably be broadcasting at least until 5. maybe 5:30, but I said 5 before, so I might stick to my guns on that. Oh, here we go. That's better. All right, so let's kick this off. Let me go take a look at the terminal building again. I had a plan on building an interior for this building, but I'm kind of deciding something else. I'm going to add textures to this since I probably have a few textures that might come close, and I'm going to make the windows reflective like I did with the other terminal, and then eventually make them transparent and make them MSFS glass material so that I can actually create the interior. But I didn't want to obsess about making the interior of this building because, among other things, I don't have a whole lot of pictures of the inside of the building to base. So if you're watching Trip Taker, or if you know anyone in the area that can go to the building and take some pictures for me, it would be greatly appreciated. Otherwise, there are some pictures that I can use, and I can assume or make some generalizations about what the interior of the building will be, and then create like a base or version 1 release. I need to find my imagery. Okay, cool. Great. So I have some basic ideas as to what I'm going to texture this building with. And as you can tell, we've put quite a bit of detail into the outside. We've got, we've got, um, we've got drains, the awnings for the front and for the back, lots of windows, arched windows for the top roof, and this has taught me a little bit more about getting into details and doing the best that I can with a build when I don't know how to do my best. Or excuse me, doing my best when I have no clue how to get started. You kind of just have to roll up your sleeves at some point and say, I'm going to begin and I'm going to look bad, but that's the price I pay. So, what do I do? Okay, well, the first thing I need to do is to find a suitable kind of like stone face texture. So I have several textures that I can use just for such a thing as this. And I need to find wall textures. So you guys can't see this, but I can. I'm working to find some wall textures I can use. Some stone face. Some of the stone face textures that I have aren't the best, so I might have to extrapolate a bit. I did see a stone wall texture that kind of looks cool. I think I'm going to have to use that in lieu of better textures for now. So we'll go ahead and use this stone wall. And let's see, I want the texture, the normal, and the roughness maps. And then we're going to go find where I actually have the project and paste them in. And now we're going to start texturing this building and see it take on shape. And do I have it separate? Okay, I do. All right. Now, let's start doing something interesting. We're in the materials section, and now we're going to use one of the many material options that we have. We're going to start going through these and hopefully purge the ones that we don't use later. And we're going to come up with a material. So, stone face. Okay, so stone face, and in here we do MSFS standard for the texture. We're going to choose stone wall, and also add roughness map. And we're going to do normal as well. I'm going to lower the volume a little bit. That should be good. Also adjusting the volume of my headset slightly. And here we go. It doesn't look very convincing right now, but that's because I need to do UV editing. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to choose everything except, well, actually everything. And then we're going to Smart Project. And we're also going to use Material View just so I see better. And now we're going to start figuring out how to map these textures to look better. So this is going to be slightly tedious and involved, but such is life. Let me see what I can do. Okay, muted myself temporarily, but remember to double check my mic, so you guys should hear me. If not, just let me know. But let's see. How can I make this more convincing? I don't know. This looks like it's sideways, so we're going to go ahead, choose the face, and we're going to rotate it 90 degrees. That's a lot better. And now we should be able to scale it up and down to meet our needs. This is basically a prototype. I don't expect to use this texture for this material, or for this what am I trying to say? I don't expect to use this material for the stone face, but this is what we have right now. All right. Is it the same way with every material? I don't think it's with this wall. Hold on. Can I just smart project that side? We'll see. Something about that doesn't seem appealing to me. That's better. If I'm going to use that material, I think I'm going to have to rotate it 180 degrees to get the shadows on the bottom. And not too bad so far. This is the first time I've really gotten intricate with a stone face texture. But I think I also think the beauty about stone face is that because this is so not symmetrical, I can kind of get away with textures that don't quite look the way they're supposed to. But there we go. All right, now scale this back down and squish things together. Okay, that's vertical, so what does that make me think? I think that should be better now. No, that's weird. Why does that not seem right to me? Looks more like wood right now. All right, let's do what we do with the other textures. Oh, okay, I see. I see. I feel like, yeah, I feel like it needs to be rotated. All right, rotating, that's a lot better. Yeah, this is definitely trial and error. So I'm not expecting to get things right the first time. And I do expect things to look crummy. But all we can do sometimes is try, right? Not going to be a perfect representation unless I actually figured out how to license those pictures from wherever I saw them for inspiration for the building. Because then I'd be able to take those textures and potentially create PBR textures from them. But for now, like I said, we're doing what we can with what we have, and I'm going to enjoy the process. Okay. Let's rotate this 90 degrees and then scale. And then I think we're going to move those edges in. Yeah, yeah, that's definitely better. Could probably be scaled a bit more. Oh, not like that though. Ha! That's pretty cool. And like I said, because of the fact that this thing is stone face, I can get away with the sides not looking perfectly prim and proper. And I'm probably going to leave the top alone, but I am going to replace the textures for these supports because they're not stone face, they're like metal or something. Like there's like an I-beam in the stone face somewhere. Okay. I wish that you could apply the same kind of adjustments to multiple groups of textures at once. But I kind of brought this paint on myself for two reasons. Number one, I designed this with Blender 2.83, which is definitely not out of support, and also because of the fact that it's 2.83 and it's not 4 and it's not even 3.13 or whatever, it's probably not going to have the same features that the newer versions do. Fortunately for me, I don't care. So I'm okay with, you know, starting over and doing different things and just learning. Because right now I'm learning. If I was to say go pro and do scenery development as a full-time job, I would probably be investing in the new versions. It's nice to not care, isn't it? You want to know what? Like for like the first time in a while, I'm giving myself permission to not care about certain things, and it is liberating. I kind of wish that was the case. Um, what am I trying to say? I kind of wish that was the case more often, but I think there is just some things about life that I had convinced myself I needed to do differently. And part of that, I think, was me thinking to myself, oh, well, I have to keep working at something because blah, blah, blah. Like, it's my job and I got to support my family and stuff like that, yada, yada, yada. And it just, like, what's the best way I can put this? I had a reality check a few days ago. Um, you know, I got a call and I it was something funny, and it was like like a what am I saying, nonchalant, like just a typical like call that you take from someone. It was like, hey, I found something for you, come take a look at it when you stop by. Cool. But the not funny thing about the situation was when I got the phone call, one of the first things that popped in my head was, um hey, is am I about to get a bad call? And I think in one sense, You know what I'm talking about. If you have people that you care about in your life, or that you hang out with friends, and you're just living, but you kind of turn the page and you get a phone call, and it's either at an odd hour of the day, or something like you're not expecting the phone call. So automatically, the very first thing that comes to your mind is everybody okay? Like, are you all right? And not gonna lie, that was what happened to me. Like, it was a gut check moment where I thought to myself, oh, okay, what's going on here? So everything was cool, but it reminded me to go do something which I said I was gonna do, which I forgot. Or, excuse me, not forgot, but tried, it didn't succeed the first time. Which wound up resulting in a phone call with someone whom I love very much. And it was like I could tell they were smiling on the other end, and I was happy to call them, and they were happy to hear from me. And like, like, those phone calls that you hang up from, and you kind of wish they kept going. I was just happy to have that. And it's really nice to care about that kind of call and have that kind of outcome happen. So, take it from me. If there's anyone in your life, don't think about having to call like 5 or 6 different people you haven't talked to in months. Just if there's one person in your life right now that you haven't talked to in months, in years, one person, just one person, and they come to mind, stop watching me and go call them right now. Like, just stop and think, and then go call them. And I don't know, maybe the result of that call will surprise you. Okay, bye. Yep. Yeah, it's what I told you to do. I'm not mad. I told you. Go call. I told you. It's the truth, though. It is the genuine truth. Like, I'm telling you, I'm doing my best to try not to take things for granted anymore. Um, whether it's family, or it's just just kidding. It's uh, opportunities. I want to do my best to do better. And I said I was going to talk as much while I was doing senior dev, but I'm glad I did. Um, I don't know who's watching that's lurking. I don't know who's watching on the replay. If you're watching this and you're wondering and you're just having difficulty with this time of year, I get it. I get it. I used to wonder. I used to wonder a little bit. And then um somebody that I cared about very much passed away last year around this time. And I started to understand, oh, this is what they mean when they say the holidays are rough. Um, it's not going to be the easiest. It's definitely not going to be the easiest. I'm not going to lie. It's going to be rough, but I kind of welcome that. Not because I'm stupid, or like I don't care. It's just because life, I think, is meant to be experienced, and I think that person would probably have me celebrate and live and do what I'm supposed to be doing, or do even more than what I'm supposed to be doing, because life goes by really, really fast. That's something that I take into account sometimes as a believer, as a born again Christian, and you know I'm not going to miss this opportunity to tell people, hey, if you are having a rough time in life, I'm telling you that my hope is in Jesus Christ, my Savior, my Lord. And I want everybody to know Him and to be redeemed and to have fullness of life and eternity with God always. But I want everybody to make up their own mind and to be and to choose things for themselves. So if that's not you, if you're not interested, I'm still happy to have you here. I'm happy to have you here to join me as I do some scenery development, and I'm happy to have you here so that you can take a few moments to rest and to just kind of catch up with me or grab a drink or just do your thing. Thank you for stopping in today. This is not going that badly. I'm happy. Okay, this might have to be flipped 180 degrees. Maybe. Maybe. Let's see. I'm reasonably happy with the results so far. Oh, wait, stop. This way. I think it needs to be a rotated 180. Yeah. Yeah, once these things start to look more like stone face and not weird stone face, then I know I'm on the right track. So I think, and I can say this with some degree of certainty, I think after I texture the outside of this building, I'm probably going to build it and maybe put it in the sim. Or at least build it so I can put it in the sim offline. Did I put this side up? No, I didn't. I did all sides of these pillars, right? Yeah. This one's a little bit squished, so I'm going to take a look at it really fast. Yeah, it needs to be a bit more settled. And take the side in. Yeah, it's a little better. Okay. Certain details like that bug me. All right. That's good. All right, just this face, and then we're done with this pillar. There are more than a few to go. Gotcha. See you when you get back, Lord willing. All right, let's stretch this out. Yeah, I can tell this needs to be rotated. This is kind of fun. Seeing this come to life. It's kind of neat. That's not bad. There's even some pieces that kind of melt into each other. That's not bad. We'll get this bigger pillar and then the smaller ones right before the door. And then we will take a look at the ones in the back. Unfortunately, sad to say, this is a part of the experience of being a scenery dev. You have to do a bunch of stuff that is less than ideal, like playing with textures and rearranging things. This is the tedious part of the job, but it goes towards making things a lot better. But hello, if you are lurking or if you're watching on the replay, my name is DIGI Driver. I'm using Blender to create 3D assets and airport sceneries for Microsoft Flight Simulator, and at some point, probably being able to take all these and import them or do things with them in X-Plane. X-Plane 12, since X-Plane 11 is still being used, but it's no longer being actively developed for. I should say, excuse me, X-Plane 12 is the new thing. So it is what it is. Like, like X-Plane 12 is new, and that's just how it works. So if I create new scenery, that's probably what I would create it for. Actually, it's been a while. It's been a while since it were released. I think it was like last September, last October. I'm gonna try to see if I can do more flights in that because it's I like the sim. I just haven't felt compelled to fly it as much. And it's the whole it's the whole community aspect. Like, I'm sure a lot of people are making, mods and airplanes for it. It To me, it just feels like MSFS has so much more community. But I mean, there was a time when X-Plane 11 was the only thing I flew. I didn't have the money or the license for prepared, so I had X-Plane 11 and I flew it. I flew it re- like repeatedly, flying all over the states to some different parts of the world. I flew it in Southeast Asia. I think I flew it in Japan once, I want to say. Once or twice. Did it go to the Philippines? I don't remember. I don't remember. I know I flew it in X-Plane 11 and when I flew to Japan, when I flew in Japan, because there was an airport or something that I didn't see that wasn't installed. So, things being how they are. Let me rotate this. Oh, no, no. I know that's off. Sweet. All right, that looks better. Gotta get these faces done. So I think going forward, to save myself some time, I'm going to go ahead and assume that all these need to be rotated at least 90 degrees and that the texture pull creates the kind of stone face that I want to see. All right. Is that good enough? No, it's a bit too big. Let's scale that down. Might take a break a little later, make myself something warm. Speaking of which, I thought I did. Stand by, chat. Be right back. All right, I am back. I completely forgot that I had my mug next to my feet. I didn't spill it. I just I went to the kitchen. I thought I left it in the coffee machine, and I completely forgot that it was right by my desk. So I'm happy with that. Okay, so we should be picking this face next. There we go. Oh, actually, this one's okay. That's weird. All right, something about this is off. I think. All right. Yep, that's what it was. It needs to be rotated. And okay, these are in. Sweet. All right, let's do these next, and hopefully these will be even faster. Hopefully. Also, before I forget, let me go ahead and save my progress. Last time I checked, I believe there were point redeems that were still available. So If you take a look at the point redemption system, right now we have a few you can use. 500 points lets you hit something called Save Your Work. Just a reminder in chat for me to save whatever I'm working on. There's also a 5,000 point Change What You're Working On point redemption. And then there's a 10,000 point quick brainstorming session if you want to contribute to the idea process with me while I'm working on something. So I was saving my work. There we go. New revision number, and now I can continue. There we go. Let's sort all these again and Smart UV project and start working with these textures. So, yeah, this automatically looks like a rotation. Good. We take this and scale it and see what the others look like. That's not bad. It could probably be bigger. Excuse me, smaller. And there we are. Right about that point. Yeah, looks good. Who'd have thought Blender with Minecraft music to inspire? Okay, that's definitely the way it's supposed to be now. I like how the normal and the roughness map is producing a very realistic looking stone face. The only problem I think is that this probably has, it looks like it does have a metallic roughness mapping or metallic mapping, which isn't the case. This is not going to be reflective at all unless it's like super soaked and then maybe a bit. So I need to remember that. That's pretty good. Oh, I do like stone face. This lets me get away with so much. All right. How long have I been streaming for? Let's see. Okay, so we're about 40 minutes in. I mean, I plan on streaming at least till 5, so if I go another half an hour, I can switch back to like maybe KPYM later and keep working on the stuff there. Maybe design something else, or maybe actually start working on the Yankee Aviation building. Maybe. Yeah, looks good. That's good. Let's stretch this out. Yeah, I probably won't have to mess with laterally adjusting this at all. That, I think, will save me some time. Though I do think this needs to be rotated 180 degrees. That's a lot better. are. I hope you're having a very good afternoon, evening, or morning today. I am working on texturing a terminal slash FBO for Paulding Northwest Atlanta Airport, Kilo Papa Uniform Juliet. Believe it or not, this was an airport that at one point some people considered making I guess, more commercialized or regional, but it was something that failed to go through. Hmm. Do I like this more? I don't know. That looks a bit more natural, so we're gonna go with that. Yeah, this stone face looks really good. I'm not lamenting the lack of a better stone texture for right now, but we'll see what happens. It's amazing that it is the 8th of December already. And pretty much every year, I kind of say this to myself and to anyone else that listens to me. I want this season to go by more slowly. I don't want it to rush by. Because I usually find myself in a spot where I'm like trying to enjoy the season and it goes by so fast. I think I think I think at least in part that's usually my own fault because I like as like my family, we have things to do. We have places to go, we have people to hang out with. And yeah, like you find yourself getting even busier at work, and you I don't know, you get to a point where it's just like, oh wow, is it like the 15th already? Is it the 20th already? Oh my word, like Christmas is 5 days away. And you just go bananas, and you just like you, you're trying to you're trying to search for you're trying to search for a handle on the moment, and the only handle you can find is it's like 5 days till Christmas. It's like 4 days till Christmas Eve. And I don't know about you, but like I like spending time with family and friends, and you like if you eat that kind of stuff up, great, that's fantastic. Um, I do too, at least in one way. And then you get to a point where like it comes time to actually go spend time, and you're like, oh my gosh, it's here already, And depending on whatever it is you do, like I, for example, usually attend some kind of Christmas Eve service for church, and then there's time with family and such. And it's like one of those things where you you quite literally just kind of stand in shock, and you go, whoa, it's here already. And then it's gone just as quickly. So it's definitely not something that I'm in a hurry to see leave. I like how buildings are decorated, how homes are lit up, and how you you're able to go down the street at night and you see lots of lights. And for those of you celebrating, happy Hanukkah a little early. Today is the first day, I believe, the first candle. Christmas will also be here very soon, which again is unbelievable. Let me rotate this. Is that right? This looks better. Okay. That's good. I know this is inside the building, but we'll do it. This is the interior. I don't think I have an interior in mind right now, which is why I'm just texturing today. I am probably just going to texture the outside of the building and then go to KPYM to continue my scenery dev journey. That's not bad. Let's see. How we doing? Is this the way it's supposed to be? Now it's better. Yeah, I like that. Almost like stone face on a fireplace, but it's all right. Let's go ahead and grab this again and unwrap these and go to work. Anybody got any weekend plans? I plan on spending some time with the family. Also, I am a fan of the colder weather, of course, provided I have the means to be able to be out in the cold weather, like a jacket or a coat, which I'm fortunate enough to have. So, probably some seasonal food will be consumed. Probably lots of seasonal food will be consumed. And I'll have a good time. That is better, I think. Scale that down. Yeah, that'll do. Okay, one more face, and then we can put these down and go to the ones in the back. Now, with that done, I can probably scale this face down some more. This looks a bit too big. And then kind of go around and make corrections. And that'll do. Okay, so far we've got stone face, and then I need to actually work on these things as well. But the first thing I'm going to do is probably create the stone face around the building and the pillars, because if you take a look at the small the small mini window, the first one, the bigger one, not the Minecraft window but the one above it, you can see, and I'll make this bigger, you can see how there's stone face on the first half of the building and on the pillars too. So that's what I'm going for. That's what I'm trying to model. So let's go ahead and pick stone face for all those. That should do it. Oh, got one more. Okay, and once I get the basic stone face mapping done for these pillars, I can work on the stone face mapping for the building. And that will really make things pop. I'm looking forward to that. We'll see. That's looking pretty good already. Depending on how I feel later tonight, I might do a kick stream as well and do some Minecraft Disney. I I like going in Minecraft to craft and create. Although I usually have a creative account on a server that I go to. I've also debated the idea of starting my own server since I have a Raspberry Pi 4 at this point that I could probably dedicate to that. Or not dedicate, but use whenever I want to. So, I don't know. I do know I'm trying to take less about my life for granted these days. Goes by pretty quick. Is that good? Looks good. Sort of good. Alright. Was it good? No, it wasn't good. Now it is. So now I have a general idea of how to texture these and move faster. So, you'll excuse me if I get a little quiet for the next few minutes, just to see if I can rip through these pillars real fast. Not bad. This actually looks like it makes sense. Yep, looking forward to it. When I wrap the entire bottom half in this is gonna look great. I will have to pick a different texture for, you know, I guess the inside, of course. But one step at a time. That's really coming along. Sweet. There we go. One more. Let's hit it. Hey, SG, my friend, great to see you. It's going okay. I have some time off from work and I am streaming for you all amazing people. Hopefully you're having a very good day, SG. Um, Happy to see you. Folks, if you're not familiar with SG Child, SG is one of my longtime friends from the community. We've watched more than a few streams online, and I'm pretty sure that you don't stream SG, but if you did, great. And if you did, I also need to watch you stream. But you've done scenery development, and our good friend SG has released payware scenery, and also has maybe some freeware scenery available for download. I believe so. SG, feel free to drop those links in chat. Would be more than happy to share your technical expertise with the world. Very good to see you. Oh, okay, Elden Ring. Okay, that was a thing. That was a thing earlier this year. I get you. I get you. And as you can tell, we are doing some texture work because we need to make this thing look good. Because I'm kind of getting tired of looking at an untextured, you know, collection of faces and polygons. Kind of not, but kind of yes. And now I think this needs to be rotated 180 degrees. Much better. Woohoo! Okay, okay. Sometimes life, I get it. I get it. I definitely get it. Past year. Oh, beautiful. Okay, so we've got the stone face pillars in place. I'm going to get rid of the stone face texture on the pillar supports because those are going to be, I think, metallic. But now I'm going to go ahead and hit the save button. And now I need to take a look at my pictures because I need to know how far and how high up this goes. A lot of modeling involved. I get you. Respect for the grind, sir. Okay, now we take this entire thing. Really, what's this? Why in the world does the terminal have one particular vertex that's way out here? Weird. Okay, can we fix that problem? Yes, we can. Stand by, chat. Now, why did that actually wind up where it did? Oh, really? What's this? What coordinate is that? X. Did most of the main terminal and 5 or 6 hangars to support buildings. Wow, dude, that's amazing. That's amazing. Congratulations, and thank you. Thanks for the kind words. Appreciate it. This is me pushing forward. Like, there's a lot to be done. So this is gonna take like 3 major sets of textures. The first one's gonna be the actual stone, which is going to look like it's going to take up the entire building, but it won't, because I need to actually finish. And I also have the roof as a separate texture. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to smart project all the textures. Oof, which produced a really weird outcome. How do I navigate? I use the shift button and then the tilde, or the backwards apostrophe. That activates fly mode, which then basically allows you to use like WASD and point your mouse. I can already see backface color needs to be disabled. That's fine. Yeah, I learned that one a while back. Oh, yeah, it's probably going to be a game changer for you. I'll tell you that right now. Okay, I'm not worried about fixing everything right now. I want to choose the polygons that are up top. And the reason why is because I want these to be different. Okay, so how do I do this? Probably like so. One single swath. Oh, no, wait, hold on. It's gotta be better. Then we pick, we zoom out a bit, we select more. Why am I not choosing the other parts? I guess I have to look at this head on. All right. Oh, wait. Just like that. That's better. That's a lot easier. Woof. I guess I'm gonna have to select individual faces too. Yeah, I want those faces too. So I have to select them. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's gonna take a while, but this is part of the scenery developer journey. You gotta do stuff that you you don't necessarily look forward to. It's like, oh, I have to choose all the faces I just cut. Oof. But such is life. I like using a numpad. I don't use it with regards to things like Blender, but I think I might use it. I think I usually. When do I use it actually? It's probably when I'm playing certain kinds of games. I don't think I have any commands mapped to a numpad for Flight Sim though, so I forget. Let's go. Am I missing? I'm gonna be coming across all these, so I think I have to take a break and find my supports. Where do I have my where do I have my wrist rest? you hold the mouse a certain way, after a while it starts to really get grating. So I gotta do the thing. Stand by. Is this the way I want it to be? Or is it the other way? I think I have it on backwards. Alright. Okay, so 3:11. I'm going to say about 3:30. I'm going to stop wherever I am with the texturing project and jump into creating a building or two for um, Plymouth, because I have been focusing on this and some other projects of late. and I want to make sure that I continue working on that. Plymouth is an airport I wanted to create for my good friend Eric Flight, who is a fellow flight sim streamer and does fly in real life. He and another friend that I've made have provided me some feet on the ground pictures and video footage, which is going to help me complete it. Oh, okay. So here's the thing. I do, right, I hold down Shift and tilde, and then this lets me move around. This is the speed at probably what you're moving right now with WAS and D, and Q to go down and E to go up. Once you go into movement mode, you have to hold down the Shift key and then move, and then it moves faster. Now, the only problem would be if you're working on a project where you have a humongous polygon like this and you're trying to move around, it's entirely possible, even with the Shift key down, it's probably going to feel slow. That's just my theory. Eventually, I'm going to have to dissolve these textures, these polygons. Oh, nope. Don't want that. There we go. That would have been annoying. Oof. I'm so glad Blender lets you undo deselections of polygons. Oh, yeah. Use Shift to go fast, please. That's going to save you. Like I said, unless you're working on an immense landscape, Shift will definitely make you go faster. Okay. Did I not choose these textures, or are they different? That's weird. Yeah, I might do more work with this tonight off stream, because this is going to take a while to do. And I might start merging a whole bunch of polys together. I'm a bit one of my favorite descriptors for myself. I'm a bit persnickety. I have been trying to, based on previous experiences, I've been trying to avoid dissolving vertices and line segments as much as possible, because it's been my experience, once you dissolve something, sometimes when you try to cut or loop cut a face again, you don't get the same cut that you want. So I'm trying to be careful about that. And I'm going to deselect this face because I don't want it. These faces, excuse me. Okay, good. I thought there were going to be some textures that are really on top of each other. That's fine. Unless you dissolve faces. That's interesting. Huh. Oh, also interesting is the simple fact that this did not apply to that corner. Gonna have to double check my polygons and whatnot. Yeah. I'm good. Wait. Once the faces are dissolved, the vertices are left behind. I have to dissolve both. If both are done properly, the cuts, subdivisions, insets all work well. When you say you dissolve faces, do you mean you're trying to get rid of faces and then get rid of vertices? Because I figure if you delete vertices, they'll probably delete faces too. I'm not sure what the desired effect is. I know if I dissolve a line or a vertex, it's because I want to not rely on it or get rid of it. Deleting is definitely different than dissolving, though, so I'm probably misunderstanding you. Combine two panels into one. Oh, interesting. So if you dissolve faces, you still have to dissolve vertices. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's a faster way to do it. Interesting question. Yep, yep. Rogue. I tell you, one thing I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get out of my own way. But I had an experience today which um kind of reminded me of something that made me stop and think. When did I stop wanting to give myself time as a person to just stop and think and process? I don't know if you folks work like I do or work in the industry I do. I'm a software developer in real life. And I feel like I feel like there's this trend that I see in the industry where we just continue to try to crank out deliverables, projects, whatever you want to call them, at higher and higher rates of efficiency. I don't know what the point is. I don't know if all of us are just trying to continue to do as much work as we can because we're just afraid we're gonna wind up in a bad spot. Or if we've resigned ourselves to believing this is just how it is. We get time to think when we get time to think, and we have a whole bunch of priorities. I literally stopped today. Okay, here's my thing. I woke up this morning later than usual because I slept in because I had time off from work. Complete freedom! Hello, my friend. Welcome aboard, longtime friend. Very good to see you. I hope that you and your family are very well. Also, I hope that your, IRL flying journey is going wonderfully. It's been a while since we chatted, and that's my fault too, so I apologize. But, folks, if you do not know who Complete Freedom is a longtime friend of the channel. Also has done some flight sim streams and is in the community most famously known for Freedom Fridays, where he flies in the sim, does GA flights. It's a nice chill, laid back experience. And been a while. Of course, I am usually pretty busy on Fridays, just like I am on many days of the week. I'm happy it's going well for you. I was just talking about how, as a software dev, I've kind of had this existence for the past few years, several years, where it's like, okay, gotta go, gotta do a whole bunch of stuff, and then maybe when we have all these projects knocked out, we can take some time to stop and to think about how to improve our code. But it usually doesn't work out that way for me. Unless I hit a point at which I really can't slow down, I'm dealing with project after situation that needs to be fixed. And then it's like, hey, I thought we were going to get a chance to look at this and to really evaluate the way it's supposed to be. CFI check, right? That's unbelievable. Congratulations. Congratulations. That's great. I am working on a terminal for a building, for an airport, for a friend in Microsoft Flight Simulator. It is going to be Kilo Papa Uniform Juliet, Paulding, Northwest Atlanta Airport. Okay, I think I've got all the faces selected. I'm going to save that. And now I'm going to try to find a texture which is consistent with what I want, which is going to be like a kind of bland stucco type deal. Okay, hopefully after January 8th. Got it. Got it. May the Lord bless your efforts. It's good to see you. And I am cold now, so I'm going to put my jacket on. It's crazy, but it's fun as well. In the place where I'm at, normally it's not easy for it to get cold because the the ventilation or whatever my heater, it works really well where I'm at normally, especially the office where I work at home. So sorry for the extra noise. Okay, I'm back. All right, got my jacket on. Looking for a wall texture. Do I have the preview textures up? Yes, I do. Okay, great. So I like stucco, but I don't want it to be incredibly unkempt. Smooth stucco is the bomb diggity. Let's go. I think I'm going to take that. Hopefully the stucco will allow me to color it. And we're going to go with normal and roughness maps. Copy them into the directory where my terminal is. And now we can go ahead and use this to make something new. I have to add a new material. We're going to call this smooth stucco. Smooth concrete that's on most outside terminals. I don't recall having that myself, but it's something that I think I tried looking for at 1.2. Let's take the main texture, the roughness, and the normal map. And now I can apply this to the assigned textures. And now what I can probably do is unwrap all those textures. And now I can probably just generally scale them all up with the exception of these faces. But let me see. Yeah, I'm going to need to play with the individual faces, and that's something I can do tonight. But do I want to do anything with these faces now that I have them all selected? Probably not, but you want to know what I'm going to do? I might just save all those faces. Oh, look at what happened. You know what? I can always reapply them. So I'm going to deselect these faces before I do that. Thanks. I appreciate that. Let me deselect these faces because they're not going to be a part of the stucco redo. Unless, of course, I already did that. No, I didn't. That's the stone face stuff. Okay. Are there any stone face textures that I have not chosen in here? or not deselected? Not right now. Okay, now I can reapply that. Hello? Did I? Oh, I did. Excuse me. I forgot. I need to unwrap them. That's better. Okay, so the interior is probably going to be mapped differently. Oh no, wait. Can I? I think I'm going to have to extrude textures for the interior. That'll probably come later if and when I do it. I want to make the interior happen. It's just something that I don't have time for in today's stream. Okay, so we've put the top up. You know what I can probably do? I can probably say, I think I'm going to separate this because I don't want to neglect that. It will be really annoying to have to choose all those textures again. Terminal top half. Well, terminal top half, not the roof. But there we go. And this would be, where's terminal? Oh, excuse me. Terminal top half. Uh-oh. Ah, bummer. I don't like having these surprise textures come out of nowhere. Why were you chosen? Okay, well, I can't see that. That'll be a bridge that I cross later. But for now, I have two different textures set. What I'm probably going to do is work on the roof covering textures first. So I need to find the metallic things that I was using before. Yeah, I have to find them. So smooth stucco. Also, excuse me, save, thank you. Smooth stucco. No, I gotta go to ceiling or metal. No, that's just metal. Corrugated metal sheet. Rooftop, definitely not rooftop, and definitely not wood. So I think metal wins by default unless I have something else on one of the other ones. No, not there. And no, not there. That beige wall will come in handy later. And let me take a look at the other textures. Probably nothing that I have. Almost. I think there is something there called worn metal, but the actual bump mapping is not the way I want it to be. So we're going to go with the texture can texture I found a long time ago, which is a corrugated metal sheet. We're going to take the roughness and DirectX normal maps, 2K texture, and we're going to go with, I think, what, color? Yeah, I guess so. Let's see if I chose correctly. All right, we're going to pick a different material. Oof, why are there so many materials here? That's weird. Just want one material for now, and we're going to choose what material that is. With material 3, create the roof map, and then we're going to choose metal color. Is it though? It probably is. Let's see what happens. Metal roughness and metal normal. Okay, so let's choose all of these, unwrap them. Excuse me, project. That's better. Okay, this is gonna be a little weird until it isn't. But I have a general idea of what I want. Let's go ahead and take a look. All of these lines are gonna have to come down facing away from the center point. So I need to rotate them slightly. What kind of rotation? Is it 15-degree? And then move the texture slightly and then scale it. Is it? Yeah, it'll come into view or come into play. Give me a bit, chat. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, about 50 points. And then we'll do the same thing on the other side, and we will see if we can make that be fairly consistent. I've long since given up trying to make everything an exacting or absolutely, perfect measurement. So I'm not going for perfection. I'm not going for, you know, utterly perfect measurements. I just want to make sure that these things actually have some sense of um what's the phrase? Consistency? Probably. All right. Move it over slightly. That's not bad. And then the same thing with these sides. I just pick and then we're going to choose how we're going to make them. Scale. That's not bad. They're not always going to be perfect, but that's not bad. And if I move it over slightly, no, not you, you. And then scale it again. Okay. Um, we could probably make them. I'm not looking for perfect matches on both sides. I'm just looking to make the separation between each one of these bumps consistent. That ain't bad. That ain't bad. And if I want to do the same thing on the other side, I need to make sure that it's in position, scale, reposition as needed. Scale some more. That ain't bad, chat. That ain't bad. All right. There you go. You got a roof. An awning covering. Now, if I really wanted to be exacting, I could extrude the lip out a little bit further, dig a trench in, and then let the water drain in. But I think with ditches and drains, the effect is understood. So we shall see. The rest of it needs to be a different material, but I think we're okay otherwise. Some of it will need to be checked once I get everything set up. And if I don't have to extrude, if I don't need to actually have the faces be visible, I can save myself some polygons. Some frames, I should say. That is not bad. The color needs to be redone, but that is not bad. How about you? How about you? Are you ready for this? I think you are. Let's apply the same material. Really? You can't remove the material? Oh, forgive me. What material was this? Material 3. Okay. Metal roof. And we're going to apply the metal roof texture to this. And bam. Okay. I need to clean this up. All right. Oof, that's going to be a while. So we just do this. Can I... that's not going to work. What is it that it's selecting? Okay, just the roof part up top, which is the way I wanted it. There we go, and now we can expand it. Interesting how this X shows up here. It's pretty neat. It also means I have a lot of points to dissolve. Actually, that is a point of concern. Okay, good. They all come out straight, so I'm not worried about that, but I am going to have to dissolve some faces into each other. This is probably going to be very complex, and I'm not looking forward to it. Whew. Okay. One thing at a time. That's actually close enough to what the other roof looks like, so we'll roll with it. I am probably going to select this piece as a separate piece and rotate the things. But actually, I kind of like the way that turned out because it kind of makes sense to me that the water should run off like that instead of front to back or back to front. I'm okay with that. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and choose these two faces, and we are going to scale them. And then when we do that, we take a look and we'll see how far we are. We scale back a bit. No, not you. You. Okay. Is the separation about the same? Yes? Good. Done. Huh. All right. That roof might wind up costing me some frames right now, but at the same time, we've got the roof texture in place. The only problem now is actually making sure it's colored correctly. But this does take metallic, so now we just need to color it. I want to say it's a pretty good blue. And then we're going to tone that way down. That's pretty consistent with what I saw in the real world. It could probably be a touch darker, but we'll stick with that color for now, and then we'll adjust it as needed. And then we can apply the same changes to the back cover. Yeah, I think so. All right. This is neat. Oh, really? Because I find that incredibly odd. Oh, hold it. I don't know why. I don't know why. That's weird. But whatever. Okay, we'll call this we'll call the work on this one done for today once I finish this up. I know I'm going over on my time, but I like just coloring the roof on this thing. Just make this really starts to make it pop. Really starts to make it look like it actually is a building. There's plenty of fixes that I have to do, don't get me wrong, but I'm happy. Smart projecting kind of makes things easier for me, especially on this side. So that's pretty good. And we will make this consistent on this side as well with a 90-degree rotation and then scale. Sometimes it's really hard to see this. You kind of have to really finagle your way in. All right, now we move this. So it seems like it's slightly off, but it is a 90-degree bend. And that's good enough. So take both of these, rotate both 90 degrees, and scale both. And now, this is pretty close to bang on, which is totally dope. Actually, does that matter? Does it matter that much? No, it doesn't. And just like that, we've gone from this non-textured designed blob to a textured building. Let's see. How did I do that before? Oh, I know. I'm thinking about the windows, but just bear with me for a moment. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Plenty. I forgot to apply material for these gutters and stuff, but I'm going to go ahead and stop for today with this building. Just know it's well on the way, and we've got a lot to do. We've still got a lot to do in terms of figuring out all the fixes for the individual polygon faces, which, believe me, is going to be irritating and slow, but it is what it is. I am probably going to stretch my legs for a minute and make sure I have some drink and probably grab a snack, and then we're going to come back and jump to designing the Yankee Aviation building or some building at Plymouth. Okay, I will save this as a new revision. Actually, no. Just keep it the way it is. And, okay, now I'm going to go ahead and get up and stretch. All right, folks, give me about a minute. I'm going to grab a drink, check in with Mrs. DIGI, just make sure that everything's good, and then I should be back shortly to jump to Plymouth. Thanks for hanging around, folks. Give me a bit. Be right back. All right, folks, I am back. Apologies for the delay, but it was well worth it. Just checked in with Mrs. DIGI. She's doing okay, and I am back after grabbing a quick drink and a little snack. So, refreshments have been applied, and I'm about to shift gears. So, we've been focusing on Kilo Papa Uniform Juliet for a while, and that's good. But now I think we're going to jump back to Plymouth. And I need to figure out how to get back to Plymouth in terms of finding new material to look at. So, how do I do that? Well, when I was at Plymouth before, I did a lot of work and focus on the Alpha 1 flight school. But, like I said, we're going to take a look at another building just for the sake of starting a new project there so that we can actually create something. So let's go take a look at the airport in and of itself. It's got two runways. Why does it only show one? Am I missing something? No, I'm not. It's just an old picture of the airport. Where was it from? Yeah, that's not that's not new. Okay. So, where to begin? I said Yankee Aviation Services, and it's not a bad idea to start with that one because it's a building that we kind of go past the airport at all the time, and I'm not worried about the service buildings. I modeled the long building, so yeah, Yankee Aviation Services it is. It looks like there's only two pictures of it, but that might serve well enough for me to have an idea of how to get started. So let's do this. Start a new project and we'll get going. It might benefit me to take a satellite pic just for the sake of scale and moving really fast. So I'm going to do that. And just like that, new project time. It's kind of weird, but that's how we do. Ooh, sorry about that. So we're going to take a pic of the area around the airport, and then I'm going to use that as a basis for a scale. And again, because this isn't going to be a texture that's going to wind up in MSFS directly, I don't have to worry about dimensions. So that means I can basically, oh, use whatever I want. Iowa Scotsman coming through. Hello. Thanks for the tier 1 sub, 29 months. Thank you, friend. I hope that you are doing very well. Thanks for stopping by and saying hello. I'm working on more scenery dev, and I'm going to make a new building today. I'm just waiting for my paint.net program to actually start. Don't know why it hasn't yet. Unfortunately, residual effects from the hard drive that I had going down. So I got to find where it is on my computer. Can I? Yeah, sorry for the delay, chat. That's fine if it's started by hand. I don't care, as long as it starts. There we go. Okay. So the links are busted. There we go. That's fine. Expand canvas. And we're going to save this as the tarmac, so to speak. And we're going to make a new folder. And now, my friends that fly into KPYM will have one more custom building. And let's see, ground, cover, tarmac. And that's it. And now I should be able to save this project. Um, yeah, it's fine. KPYM, Yankee Aviation Services, dot blend. And now, first thing we're going to do before we even get started is we're going to create a plane, not an airplane, but a plane. Haha. And scale it. I don't know. Well, I'm going to have to know. But whatever I build will be built to scale. So if my scale is off, I can just scale the building in the sim. So, not going to worry about it. Let's see. It's 20 by 20. Is that big enough? Well, considering the building itself is probably, let's see, like 60 some odd feet wide. Kind of wish I was using Google Earth right now, but whatever. Making some approximations here. I'd say 2, 3, that's like 6, 10 feet, 20, 30, 40, 45. I'm going to put it like 50, 45 to 50 feet wide by about 60 to 70 feet long for the hangar portion itself. So I think I'm okay with that. So if I scale this to about 20 feet, in one sense, that will be about as big as the building is. And assuming we have, like, let's say 2, 3, 4 in either direction, that would make this about 80 feet total. And there we go. Now we can actually put the material on this. Just call this ground and add the texture. Now we're going to add the ground cover and change the view, and bam, there we go. So I guess the real test is going to be determining whether or not the size of this is correct. There is one thing I forgot to do. I forgot to take into account angle. Let me see if I can view this in globe mode. Okay, actually, that's interesting. The area around it is slightly different. How will this work? All right. I'm going to try grabbing the texture again. So let's see, 20, 40, 60, 80. About here. That's not going to work. I want those labels off. Ah, lost my globe view. It is 3D. Good. Can I get rid of the labels? I thought that was a way to get rid of the labels in whatever I'm using. Yes. Okay. Good. That's done. So let's see. About 15. 15 is what, 45? Yeah, about 15 by 25. So 25, 50, 75, 100, and either direction. Okay, it's actually going to be bigger than I thought. So this needs to be changed. So 50, 75, 100. Is that enough? Uh, all right. Hopefully my sense of scale isn't jacked. All right, we'll try that. And now we're going to save this. I'm going to remove the ground cover texture, and we're going to try it again. Okay. So I like this. It seems a bit stretched out, but let's make some basic tests. Let's add the actual 3D cube, and then we'll see how close I am to good measurements. I'm gonna make this. There we go. This needs to be about 15 by 25. Okay, so it's a 15 by 25. So we'll scale this to match the dimensions. And then I'm going to move this over slightly because that's the face. Okay. Does that make sense to me? So this cube is 15 meters wide by 25 meters long. Does that make sense to me? It does look like this is slightly skewed. All right. Trying to match perspective in this is kind of fun. That's kind of the thing. Like, I reached a point with this where I kind of sort of stopped caring about getting it absolutely perfect. And no, this isn't a good rule of thumb for doing things in life. I'm just saying I got to a point with this where I just decided it's more important for me to it's more important for me to enjoy the process and actually enjoy making the thing instead of stressing about every single detail. Like, I know my stuff isn't the best quality. I know my stuff is going to need improvement. I get it. That's not the point. The point is, I need to do, not plan and strategize and map and recalculate and do a whole bunch of stuff. Like, you have to get to the point where your feet hit the ground and you start doing something. Like, there are plenty of, graceful sayings or phrases on places like, LinkedIn or wherever you go, whether it's YouTube or your favorite social media haunts that tell you things like, oh, like, you can do it. Well, part of doing it is actually doing it. So, that's my perspective anyway. Okay, so the satellite imagery is now kind of, in a very messy way, calibrated to what we're trying to create. So now I am going to create the rest of it. We're going to loop cut this a bit because now I want to create the side building, and we're going to take this face and we're going to extrude it to meet the other end where we have our actual building here. So that means we have the offices there, and the rest of it is just the hangar. So now we can extrude the hangar up, and if we take a look at global, how high up is this? This line is at 2.825 meters. Okay, so this needs to be way higher. Okay. So 10 meters is probably roughly, what, 30.7 feet? How's that work? Math. Consult the cloud. So 10 meters is 32.8084 feet. Okay, so that's 32 feet. Is that how big that hangar is, IRL? I don't know. If I use the pictures from the airport as a reference, it's probably not that tall. It's probably, let me think. Let's see, 8, 9, 18, about 20 to 25 feet at the highest point. So let's see. That would be going too far. And if we want 25 feet at the highest point, we want 7.62 meters, which means I'm going to do a loop cut down the middle. Excuse me, try it again. And then we're going to take this line and we're going to drag it to about 7.62. So right about there. And then we're going to loop cut this again. Oh, I know what I can do. Hold on. I don't think I have to loop cut. I can take this and subdivide it, this and subdivide it, this and subdivide it, and we now have vertices, right? We can bridge these vertices. And now what we do is, even though this is still one piece or two pieces, we can remove the face, and now we can create new faces using those edges. Okay, I want to do that because I want to be able to scale this up. All right. Not so fast. Split this first. So, okay, it's about 4:14 p.m. right now, and I've been streaming for the past 2 hours. So, I figure about an hour's worth of work here to get the base model set up. Maybe an hour and a half, and then we'll probably will go flying for a little bit in the sim. Maybe I will fly out of Plymouth to go somewhere. I don't know. Thanks again to everyone that's tuned in today, that's watching, that's lurking. Hope you're having a very good day and a very good Friday. Hopefully a great start to your weekend. And I am working with Blender. It's an outdated version, but I'm using it until I get done with some projects and moving on to probably the latest version of Blender, which might make me stop and be like, whoa, it's been a while. But I am building a hangar, which does not look like the hangar it's supposed to look like, but we'll get there. And we will see what we see. So 7.62-ish meters is 25 feet. I'm going to see if that's too much for the hangar, which is kind of why I'm glad that I'm doing this as a rushed job right now, because I don't want to create the hangar if it's going to be off in terms of dimensions. All right, that would be the Y coordinate, which I'm going to use for these lines. And now we're going to replace them. Bam. That turns it into a hangar on that side. And here we go. Take that, and then we're going to go ahead and do this. And move them on over. Okay, now we have a hangar. I think I need to actually lift this piece up as well. How tall was this? 1 meter. So it's like 3 feet. It needs to be probably somewhere at least around, oh, I don't know, 10, 11 feet. So that would be about 3.3528 meters. So we're going to extrude that up. So about 3.4 is going to be more than enough room. 3.4 is about 11 feet and change. Yeah, so that's good enough. That would be what the hangar looks like. Does that make sense at all? No, wait. I need to see the pictures that I had from my friend. So I need to go on my Discord account. Got it. So what I need to do is I need to go find the old pictures that showed the find the old pictures, find the old pictures. Where's Yankee Aviation? Okay, I think I found it. Just gotta load it. It's taking a while to load. I'm sorry, guys. Oh, no, wait. That's the wrong building. That's actually further down the line. This actually is not what I'm looking for. Oh, no, wait, I am. Okay, good. Found it. Okay, so that line is actually a lot closer to flat on both sides. I have to lift both of these. Okay, that's the idea. I don't know if that's correct, but 6.4. How high is 6.4 meters? 6.4 meters is about 20 feet. So, considering the kind of aircraft that are going to be parked inside that hangar, it should be more than enough feet because the lights will be hanging off the beams, so to speak, and that should be enough room. So let me think. The average person is probably about between 5.8 to 6 something feet tall. And if we take 25 feet at the midpoint as the highest, and 2 stories would be somewhere between, let me think, 9 feet apart. I would say 18. 18 would be a good number. Yeah, actually, that's not bad. That's not bad. 20 and 18. 20 is kind of like where the roof starts to arch up. So, let me think. What? 6.5? Well, even 6.6 meters would be good. Yeah. I don't know if that's going to be flatter than the way I want it, but if I'm taking a look at it from a car's perspective, and I'm down the road, like here, just comparing that to the one picture I'm watching. Eric, if you know, you know. Also, the one side of the building goes up. The one side of the terminal goes up. So 21 something feet. Yeah. Actually, probably easier for me to do it from here. Let's see. Kind of wish I knew the height of my viewpoint here. That would come in very handy. That might be a future add-on. But that's actually pretty good. And now I can do this. It is a slight incline, slightly more than what I'm putting in. Okay, superb. Superb. That's close enough, guys. All right, so now we have the hanger. I probably should have built the walls up, but it's okay. And what can I do? I can probably take these two faces and connect them. Now, what do I want? What do I want? The hanger opens both ways, so we're going to need doors. But let me stop and think. We have the base shape. I'm reasonably confident this is about as big as it is in the sim. So I'm not worried about scale. I just want to create the base steps before I try to put it in the sim. Because this one I probably will place today. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? That. So the plane is actually at 0. Okay, I need to lift this thing. That is what we call in the business my fault. And that's fine. And now I can take the bottom face and then lift it up. Okay, we can extrude this. Does it matter though? I mean, it kind of does to me because I want to make sure I'm not messing up. Let's try one. Okay, so it's literally sitting on it, which is gonna make me go, I don't like seeing that because it's basically fighting the other texture. So I'm probably gonna do probably gonna do 1.00001. Okay, and now we can increase it until it basically covers up the other texture. And it should not be a significant bump in height. At least that's the hope. Yeah, it's just slightly above. Yeah, there's just like literally between my crosshairs. That's how much room there is between it and the ground. So I want to see the ground because I want to get some perspective on how I'm going to make the hanger, and probably make a door here into this office. Is that enough room for it? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Hey, Kaon, hello, my friend. Thank you so much for saying hello. I really appreciate you, and thank you for being a part of the community. Hope you have a great day, and if you're streaming tonight, I'll stop by. Take care. Okay, so I need to make sure I understand how big this actually is. This is at four something feet. 4 meters. So 4.4 meters. 4.4 meters is about 14 feet. So that would mean that two people would be standing on top of each other, and there would basically be another door there, which doesn't need to be the case. This needs to be lower. I would say if I'm eyeballing the door frame, standard door frame being about maybe 7 to 8 feet at the highest, maybe 7.25 feet. So 7, and half of 7 is 3.5. But even that's too much. It's like, let's see, 7, 8, 9, 10. So about 10 feet. 10 feet, and 10 feet is what? 10 feet is 3.048 meters. Okay, here we go. 3.048. So 3.1 would probably be a-okay. Maybe a pinch off, but that's fine. In a crossover SUV, looking at this scene again, I want to match my perspective here. So about there. And bring this down. That's actually better. All right. So now we can actually make a door, which is good. How high are you? You're 2.006 meters. So 2 meters is about 6.56 feet, which wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing, except I didn't want to make it 7. Give me like 7.25 feet. So it's 2.2098 meters, almost 2.21. That would be, yeah, so 2.21. That's where I want it to be. Now we're going to take the other side as well. And lift. Okay, about 2.21, which is essentially a little higher than 7.25 feet. So that would be a great place to mark off the door. Actually, no, that's right. That's where I want the door and the tiny windows to go. So if I use the satellite imagery as a guide, then essentially it's going to be, the door's going to be about here. And I'm going to split this into 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we've got spaces for the windows and the door frame. Is that what I want? Windows will be smaller than that, but I don't know if I want to actually separate them that way. Okay, with that, I can take 2 or more segments and turn them into a door. I'll probably be using 3. Does that make sense? That actually looks just about right. And then we have something by the gutter, by the side of the frame. Actually, if I did that, that might be even more control. Okay, we'll roll with this for now. So this would be the door. And I'm sorry, you actually are still seeing images from the other projects. So let's start using it. I'll make a new canvas, and we're going to start taking images so you guys can see what I'm looking at. There's one picture in perspective, and what else can I take a picture of? Let's see. Give me a bit, chat. Profile shot of the, I guess the space or the entryway and windows and the entryway into the hangar. And this will give me some idea of how big this is going to be. We'll take that and we'll put it in the PureF viewer as well, and also shrink it. So this will also give me some perspective as to whether or not my measurements will be good. So let's stick with those two for now. Save the scene. Okay, got it saved. And now I can get back to the design. That's right. Now I need to figure this out. Is that going to be enough room? I feel like those windows are going to be even smaller because the window the window isn't it's like 3/8 the size of the door, almost half the width of the door, but not quite. So I need to undo these divisions that I did and do them again. There were like 16 sides that I put together. Okay, let's divide it again. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's actually not bad. Okay, so now with this cut, we take 5 segments for the door, which means the door frame and the door, and then the windows, which also gives me some separation from the gutter, and then the other window's kind of like out of the way here. I think it's like more than half. It's not the same symmetrical distance separating it. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4 and change. Or literally, I can count the number of marks on the corrugated metal. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and just barely 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, I feel like this is actually where it's supposed to be. And that will give me some perspective on these cuts horizontally. All right. A little tricky. If I do 10 cuts, then that means, let's see, 1, 2, and then that. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. And then that window. Yeah, yeah, I think this is actually good. Okay, so I've pretty much mapped out where the windows are going to go, because with the exception of that window over there. Yep, okay, got it. So that's where the windows and doors are going to go. So I think we're on par here for a good sized building. And then what we need to do is actually design the interior. So first thing to do would probably be to see how far in you have to make the door. This may be where I botched up my measurements, but if I almost start in and put my mouse pointer here, then that's approximately how much space gets consumed before the door actually can open, or the hangar door actually is. I don't know. Does that am I doing this wrong? Does that make sense at all? No, that's about right. How big is this? We go from Okay, yeah, we go from minus 9.2 to 6.7. So minus 9.2 was a minus 9 point, yeah, minus 9.2 to 6.8. How much room is that? Hold on, chat. Hey, Pure Luck, good to see you, my friend. Welcome aboard. Glad to have you. We are working on another building. Some more scenery development. And then I think probably in another 15 minutes or so, we're going to do a very quick flight, probably an MSFS, just to cool down from the scenery dev and have fun. But here you are. Thanks so much for stopping by. Folks, I forgot to mention this before, but Kaon, friend of the community, streams NES retro gaming. Pure Luck, friend of the community, also streams Flight Sim. So basically, if you want to see way more Flight Sim content in terms of actual flights than I do, then you can go ahead and check Pure Luck out and give him a follow. I haven't decided yet. I have not decided. I might do Western Canada, like flying around Kelowna, or I might do Eastern Canada around the Maritimes, like New Brunswick or Nova Scotia, or I might go to Scotland or the even further north islands between like Ireland, Scotland, and Keflavik. But I haven't made up my mind just yet. I'm just trying to figure out. I want to make sure that I haven't actually messed up how high this should go and how much room is going to be available. Faroe Islands. Thank you. I forgot the name of them. Okay. Now, what am I missing? Besides proper measurements? Hold on. Yeah, there we go. So minus 9.2 to 6.8. So and we're going to get so 16 meters. 16 meters is how many feet? 52 feet. Okay. That's way more than I'm giving myself credit for. Okay, so let's assume, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let's assume about 10 feet, 10 to 15 feet on each side. How much room would that give me? So 16 meters is about 52 feet. The opening would still be approximately 32 feet wide. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you even stopping by. Thank you so much for saying hello. Okay. So I don't feel so bad about that anymore. There aren't a lot of planes that are coming and going. I think I'm kind of just being like, oh no, like there's not going to be enough room for this. This isn't going to be a very big hangar, so I'm not going to worry about it. Give me a little bit of perspective. And go even further down. So, about here. All right. Okay, so the face is doing that weird thing where it doesn't want to loop cut the way I want it to. So, I mean, so be it, I guess. All I have to do is basically choose the face, remove it, and then re-add it and see if I can actually make it happen. Or, no, I still need to actually rebuild that face. Oh, excuse me? I need all the things. Thank you. Oh, okay. It's not going to do that for me at all. Fine then. Let's see. This will give me a chance to actually build this the way I want. Okay, so there's a hangar with no front face, and if it's about 20 to 21 feet up, which makes sense based on the measurements, then what am I going to do? I'm going to split this line in half for a start. And now we have 2 extra vertices on the bottom. That's minus 9.2. This is minus 5.2. So minus 5.2 to 2.8. Let's see. That gives me 8 meters. 8 meters is roughly half, which is about 26 feet. That means that this hangar, true to life, will probably take no more than a couple of planes in for service. So whatever you have is probably not going to be much wider than, I don't know, a CJ4 or I mean, that would be a tight fit, I'm sure. Something like, an SR-22 or Piper, like an Archer or a TBM, maybe? That makes sense. That makes sense. Now, 9.2 to 5.2 is 4 meters. Let's see if my numbers are down. If my numbers are correct, or no, going along. That's 13 feet. 13 feet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see, how wide? That just about makes sense. Okay. All right. And where would I want this to go up to? Probably about almost to the point where that line is right there. So we're going to divide this in two. This vertice is at 4.9121, and that one's different. All right. I want to make these two consistent. And move these two vertices up to about there. Okay, that's 7.442 meters. 7.44 is about 24 feet, which is not that far from the top. It could probably be even higher. Okay, so if I join those two, I've just made a line, and I can divide that line into 3 pieces, and we're going to take the vertices and line them up with actually 4 pieces. We're going to take the vertices and line them up with the vertices on the bottom, and we're going to clean up. Let's see, why is that correct? Wow, that's actually the same spot, but that would make sense, wouldn't it? It's perfectly aligned with what you see. Right, right. That's right. Got it. Yes, yes, that should work. That should work. Now, now we actually create the door. Or at least the support for the door. And if I split this in half, then I think we can actually have the divider. Did I? Yes, I did. Okay, great. It's hard to tell, so I apologize in advance, but there's the door. So now I'm going to extrude these faces once I build them, and then we'll be able to set up the door frame, or at least the inside of the door frame. I don't know. So it's going to wind up being a little bit bigger than I planned, but I'm going to do it this way so that I actually make something consistent. Okay, how do we do this? Nope, wrong one. This one. And now we have the top piece. Excuse me. And now we have this door. And what are the door? What are the door? This. And now we're going to make the door. And yeah, it does look a little compressed. Maybe my measurements are off, but I don't know. What does Eric's picture look like? It looks wider, but maybe I'm missing something. I almost feel like I could probably move these vertices or move these two doors, and like there wouldn't be enough for me to care. There wouldn't be enough of a difference for me to care, is what I'm trying to say. So this is at 5.2. 5.2 to 9.2 was what I saw before, right? Yeah. So what if I add 2 meters? Let's see. No. How about just 1? So I went from 6 to 9, and is that reasonable? Well, I mean, let me use the satellite imagery. It's going to have to be, because basically that's what it needs to do. I need to have enough room. So I added an extra meter. That's 2, and that's 6. Let's add 1 more meter. That seems better. Let me see. Yeah, actually it does. Okay, I'll take that. I'll take that. Yeah, I will. And now I will take the bottom pieces, connect them to the top, and blammo. Now we actually have a door and things. So, what do I want? I think I want to extrude all these walls out just a touch more so that there's some wall thickness here. And Did it have to be that thick? How much space was that? Oh, okay, there we go. And what is that? 4.98 takes me to about here. And 6.98 takes you to about here. So about 5.98 or 0.5. Seems a bit thick, but let me see. No, I kind of like this thickness. This is fine. And now we have an extruded wall. Really? Did I? I didn't? Oh, okay. It must have been because I extruded the one wall and I didn't extrude the other one properly. Because we just pulled the wall out, that's all. Okay. Give me a bit. I don't know. I want some consistency here for the sake of actually having everything accessible. If I look at the inside of the building, I probably won't need to think too much about thickness. Okay, before I do anything else, I want to do the same thing I did on the front, on the back. Save my work. And now I can do one of two things. I can just extrude all these walls out to the back. Or rebuild the wall the same way. I don't know what the better option is, but I'm not going to think about it too hard. Okay, so I'm going to use the same points that I did and just rebuild the wall the same way I did before. Take the same points and we'll map them where they were. Okay, and we will take these 2 points and join them. And now we're going to split this into pieces. All right. Just like before, we will join them at certain points. now we have that set. So I want to move them like I did before, 1 meter in each direction. Right, so -6. Yeah, that works out. I can take the placements and move them through. Ha, fantastic. Hopefully you're just listening to me and not looking, Eric. But thanks for tuning in, buddy. This is for you. This is for everybody that flies into and out of Plymouth and wants to see it in the sim. We are finally building the Yankee Aviation Services building. Okay. So, like we did before, we're going to tie these faces together. Bloop. And then these two. Excuse me, these four. And now okay, so just gotta extrude these faces out like we did the other ones. And now we have the hanger. All right, so add 0.2 to all of them. What is that? 0.902. Or pretty close. And there we go. And the thickness is essentially the same as it was up front, at least in theory. So now that we've pulled this face out some, I can actually work on actually making the door a three-dimensional unit and making the wall. The interior kind of like walkways in here, so to speak, may be a little bit narrower, so it might not look like there's a lot of stuff that can be fit into them. But I wanted the doors to be wide enough for you to actually taxi a plane in. So now I know that this actually works, but I'm also not going to worry about sealing the top because the top is going to be open. What might not be sealed is just the door, the frames on the sides. So let's do that. Let's create the necessary junctures and then do that. Oh, excuse me. Same thing as before. Do I care about the vertical separation? I don't know if I do. I'm going to split it into parts. And then we're going to split each part in half. And that should do it. And then I'm going to find the vertices, match them up, and then we're going to create the actual door frame. Okay. All right. So I want to create those other edges as well. So I got to actually finish the rest of the line renders. And that means I need to do all the things here. And then split those two in half, yada, yada, yada. And there we go. Take you and tie you both together. And now we have the wall. So, let's see. This is pretty much, with the exception of a few pieces, what I want. So, let's take these two and build them. It's like, I finally understand. We get afraid of our own shadow when we're building things because we just don't want to mess up. And I don't know. Messing up is the key to knowing what you did wrong. Maybe I'm wrong, Chad. In fact, I'd bank on me being wrong. I have been before. But I like this. And let's see. I know what I forgot. I forgot to do this. All right. So what can we do with these two lines? We can join them. Hold on. It's an odd angle to see. Okay, now we have that. Actually, do I care about that right now? I don't know that I do. I don't know. Not sure. If I'm going to be separating this door from the hangar, I don't know how much more work I want to put in. So, let's do this. Let's bridge the gap. There we go. This is the top part of the door. Here's the bottom. And now we have the door constructed. And I just need to do the same with the back. But let me just figure out how to actually split this. All right. I have X coordinates, Y coordinates. So I should split that door. And parking door. And we'll call this Yankee Main. And what's this? Oh, the plane. The entire satellite imagery. Yep. Trying something new, Eric. I am using satellite imagery to help me kind of approximate and get closer to what the proper sizing is going to be for this building. I'm still eyeballing it, so unfortunately it's not going to be perfect, but I'm having fun this way. And we can come back and give it a fair effort. So the parking door is here. Yeah, there we go. ADE. And like I said, like I want to get better at this, and part of getting better means starting by doing poorly. And this is my doing poorly, so it's a thing. Like I'm not afraid of sucking anymore. Like I am embracing that completely. I have to. Otherwise I'm not going to get better. And let's see. Let's see. What can I do? What can I do? I know what I can do. I can probably Hmm. Eric, question. Do you want the hangar doors to be opened or closed? I can render them closed, I can render them open. If I animate them, it's going to take a while longer to pull off, so I'm probably not going to animate them for version 1, but I can probably leave them open for you if you'd like to just be able to taxi in and just have them bent upwards and kind of stowed up at top. You let me know, because like if that's what you want, then I can actually, unless you wanna have them open by frequency. Okay, you park on the ramp. So we'll keep this one closed for now, and depending on how much time I get, maybe we can program something in. I'm going to tell you right now, it's probably not going to be a part of version 1.0, but eventually I would like to make these hangars more interactive. Okay, if you park on the ramp, that's cool. So if I could if I'm only going to do it for one hanger, then it's probably going to be for the Alpha 1 hangers. So let me stay tuned for that, but I'm going to for now just figure out how to make these separate. So I'm going to save these as different pieces, and we're going to say parking door top and bottom. That way I'll be able to work with them. They put planes in the hangar on the left of the middle building when the weather gets bad or if it's going to snow. I get it. And that hangar's pretty big too, so. Okay. And then we're going to choose this again. And we're going to, I don't even have to separate this. I can just say parking door bottom. Okay. Parking door bottom, parking door top. Okay, great. Now I have these two things separate. If I really wanted to, I could create separate things, but for now, I just know that I can actually close them up. The one right of the middle building. That's right, you said maintenance. I'd forgotten. By the way, Eric, hope you and your family are doing very well, and I hope everybody watching is doing very well, no matter where you are. I think in about maybe 12 or 13 more minutes, we're going to put this down, um, drop the drop the scenery in, and go for a quick flight. Which also reminds me, I don't know if I've given you the latest version of KPYM, so I'll probably give you the pre-alpha tonight if I don't have a new version for you. I'm sorry, if I didn't release a new version for you between the last builds that I made. It's a pretty good chance I didn't, so I will probably do that. Oh, excuse me, that's why. Hey, going out with the guys tonight. Nice. Rock on. Trying to make more money? Definitely respect the hustle. I understand. 100%. Okay, so what I'm going to do with this door is I'm going to make it slightly smaller up top. Just a touch. So I don't have Z fighting. Like literally a touch. So instead of 19, it'll be like 09. You probably won't be able to notice the difference. Actually, you know what? That might not be enough. That might not be enough. Let's take it down to let's take it down to 19. Did I actually lower that? Did it actually happen? Believe it or not, if you pay extremely close attention, you will actually see it drop. Yes, that's actually going to be enough to stick it back in and not have Z fighting happen on the top texture. It should be enough. Okay. All right. Set the origin to geometry so we can move it more easily. And blammo. Okay, so there is just the slightest little teensy weensy gap, which that's fine. Let me actually do the same on this side. And you want to know what? I might actually get rid of the other doors that I made just so I can make copies of these and put them on the other side. That actually might work out even better than I expected. Okay, so before I do that, first thing I want to do to save myself time is I'm going to bring these in slightly by maybe about what? Oh, you know what? I don't have to do that. I can just shrink them. Yep. Okay, so that's way too much. And if I move them, I get it. Okay, it's probably easier to do it this way. Do I want that? Yeah, yeah, I think I do. I think I do. So we're gonna take away a hundredth of a meter on both sides. Just so there's a slight quasi-visible gap. Well, it will be visible. And the point of doing that is so, number one, they fit more easily. Number two, so we don't have Z fighting. And I think number three, because it's more realistic. I don't know. Let me save my work. It's been a while. Only my second revision copy, so I better save my work. Okay. Now I can move these back into place. Oh, before I do that, excuse me. Let's finish these changes up. And that's part of it. Here's the other part. And here's the doorway. And that's a solid. And now we can actually make this look like an actual opening. Dude. Right, the Z coordinate's 5.6193. Hold on. before I do that, let's copy it. No, it's not Z. There we go. It's X. I want X. That's what I want. Will it work? Worked-ish. Not convincing enough, so I'm going to move it in by hand. All right, now, is this a flush fit? Okay, so if you look very carefully, you can see there's just a slight gap in between, which in my opinion is quite realistic. Only problem is it's very difficult to notice that when you when you're doing that. So I'd rather have it stick out just a squeeze that way. And let's see, how close is that? Yeah, I'm okay with that for right now. Okay, not bad. Not bad at all. Okay. So, we're going to take these two and we're going to clone them and we're going to put them on the other side. Before I do that, I'm going to swing around to the front to the, the tarmac side. And we are going to actually just get rid of these two faces since we don't need them. All right, let's get rid of that. My one cat saying hello. And I still need to make the other faces. So let's make them real quick. Mrs. Digi is in hardcore crafting mode and has assured me that she is going to be busy for some time. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to roll with that, and we're going to finish the work here, go out for a little flight, and then call it a stream. All right, and what are we missing? Not much. So hang on. Gotta fix those Y coordinates. Like I said near the beginning of the stream, the difficulty with creating stuff is that, you know, some some of the steps you have to take are involved and they take a while. They take a while. So it's not something that is easy to do always. Oh, also, did I finish? I did finish that. Okay, great. Thank you to everyone that's tuned in, that's watching, that's live or on the replay. I am DigiDriver, and you are watching scenery creation for Kilo Papa Yankee Mike. This will be for Plymouth Municipal Airport in Plymouth, Massachusetts. This is a bit of a passion project for a good friend of the channel, Eric Flight, and something that's been in the works for a while. So as I start creating more and more buildings and start putting more and more pieces together, it really does start to take shape, and it's a really cool thing to do. Did I forget to do something? Oh, that's what happened. There's that piece. Okay. And now we're going to create the individual pieces, move the hangers into position. Then copy the door frame and move it in place. There are multiple, and I mean multiple airports that I have put on my personal docket to do for Microsoft Flight Simulator, and I think I'd like to create them for fun, but I think I'd also like to create them professionally at some point. Is it going to happen? May the Lord's will be done. I am eager to see what could happen, but I'm also not trying to go bananas. I've done that. It's no fun. In fact, I remember when I created the whole thing, I was like, when I created my payware release, I was like, yeah, man, I'm gonna make a whole bunch of airports, and then promptly fizzled out. But that's what happens, you know. You get to a point you want to do the best you can, and it's just like you kind of get in your own way. Okay, so tarmac door top and tarmac door bottom represent the ones that are facing the airport side. Okay, so we have the makings, the workings of a very simple, and I mean very simple, hangar so far. But, you know, what they say from like, we just started working on this now, and who knows? Who knows what's going to happen next? Is that edit mode? Okay. So now I think I need to create basically just the supporting pieces and start to really thicken this thing up. But it's going to take a while, and that's okay. I just want to take it and not be so obsessed with getting everything right immediately and quickly. I have to keep moving forward, and I have to just keep doing the best I can. Okay, so that's the beginnings of the hangar, and 25 feet to me for the top piece, 25, 26 feet seems reasonable. Let's go ahead and save this revision and be done. And now we can do a new revision when we pick that back up. But in case you guys missed what we were working on earlier today, we were working on the terminal for Paulding Northwest Atlanta Airport, which I'm going to show you real fast, is right here. I'll give it to you in layout mode so you can see. I'm not done with it yet, but we've already begun the process of doing things like adding a good roof covering and it's supposed to be stucco on top and stone on the bottom, but there's going to be a lot to map, and I mean a lot to map. The interior may eventually be a thing, but right now, for my friend, I'm probably just going to go ahead and release it with highly reflective windows and just the exterior modeled, and then maybe make the hangar building accessible. But I'm trying to make this for Kilo Papa Uniform Juliet, and I'm trying to release this soon, or excuse me, in the future. Soon is highly subject to interpretation. But Trip Taker, if you're watching, I hope you're appreciating the chapters and the progress reports, and I hope this looks great for you. I mean, texture cleanup aside, of course, we're getting there. So, tell you what, guys, I think I'm going to call the design portion of tonight's stream done. Let me grab a drink, and let me grab a joystick, and then go fly. Okay, where's my joystick? I should be around here because I don't think I put it away. I could be wrong. All right, got it. Let's go ahead and set up for a flight. I might just do a flight around some landmarks or some parts that I know just to kind of cool down. Unfortunately, when I lost my hard drive a few weeks ago, I lost a lot of installs. So I have less room to install all the things I want, but it is what it is. So I'm okay with that. Let me go ahead and say farewell to Minecraft for now. It's been nice listening to that music in the background. And I'm going to go ahead and fire up Microsoft Flight Sim, and we're going to set up for a flight. So let's close this. I will make sure to do backups tonight. And where's PRF? Right here. I'm going to resize my screen shortly. And then we will move on to doing a flight, probably in a GA plane, just for funsies. But thanks to everyone that's tuned in today. Thanks for being a part of the experience. I am prepping. And let's see, how loud's that volume? It's probably going to be okay. Is it? Okay. I have to resize, of course. I'm going to go down to, I think, 1080p. And it's just going to affect the display. But stand by. It takes a little bit sometimes for the UI control to come back to me so I can resize it. So it's going to look a little weird for now. Also, I just think it just takes a while to finish. There we go. Okay, so it should be resized well, or not. There we go. That's better. So, I don't know if I'm feeling something warm or something snowy. I have not been flying in Western Canada. I have not gone flying in very many other places, but I think I'm going to try flying somewhere we can see stuff. Where do I want to fly? I wonder if it's snowy between Seattle and Friday Harbor. I might try flying there. I was fairly pleased with Friday Harbor Airport, where I used to do a lot of my flying in FSX. Well, not a lot of flying, but some of it at least. Let's go west. Go west, young man. So what are these? Legislative Assembly of British Columbia, Seaplane Base, Fort Rod Hill. Interesting. Friday West, and Friday Harbor. It has been a while since I tried flying out of here. Let me set up at ramp 38, and we're going to pick something a little bit peppy to go flying in. If you want to join in, I'm going to be on East USA if you want to fly along. And it's going to be lifetime, live traffic, all players. So we're going to have satellite traffic, and we're going to have multiplayer traffic as well. And I don't think I'm going to take a jet. Too much management. I don't want the Shock Ultra because it's a little too slow. I could probably, Control E the 414 that I like to fly. It's a nice plane. I don't think it's study level. And it's got a 203 knot cruise speed. So that's a thing. There we go. Liveries? More than a few. I like. Oh, okay. Okay, I got it. So the ones on top are the ones I have access to because I don't have the GTN add-on. So let me go ahead and grab the I think I'm feeling this one. It's nice. All right, there's my departure. So I'm probably going to be checking out Friday Harbor. I might fly up to Vancouver or down to Seattle. Seattle's going to take a while. Vancouver seems closer. So let's check out the bottom, so to speak. Maybe we'll go into the port. Where is there a seaport around here? Because I remember when I came back from Alaska, we docked in in Vancouver. And I think what happened was, let's see, the airport's here. How do you get to the airport? Okay, we didn't get on the highway for a very long time. I'm trying to remember. I think yeah, this probably make the most sense to me. And then I think we went to yes, okay. So, yep. I took a cruise from Alaska down to Vancouver, and I basically docked here, and we took streets out of Vancouver, and then straight down to the airport. Okay. All right. So I think what we're going to do today is we're going to take off from Friday Harbor, fly north, check out Vancouver, and then I think we'll call it a stream. That'll probably take me until about 6:30, which will be pretty ambitious territory for me flying and doing scenery dev today. So let's get started. Thanks to everyone that tuned in today and watched the scenery dev process. I'm trying to release a whole bunch of airports and stuff um, when I can. Life happens, so I'm not like Vertical Sim Studios or Fly Tampa or Dominic Designs. I have a full-time job, so me working on scenery dev is a passion project. Okay, we are at Friday Harbor, flying one of the nicest airplanes for purchase for Microsoft Flight Simulator, and I see a lot of clouds in the area. So whatever we do, we're going to be fairly low. Oh, okay. It's not that bad to the north. It's just to the south. Let's see. How are we doing? How are we doing on? Hopefully we're doing okay. Hope you guys can hear that. It's a little quiet out there, but that's okay. I'm literally just playing around with this aircraft. I don't expect to get too far. So we'll take the control locks off. We will, let's see, take off the engine plugs, tie downs, static wicks, and pitot covers. We'll add a GPU. Look at that. I was looking for a place to set up a GPU for this thing. And let me see if I can fumble my way around here. And how are we doing on volume here? Okay, it is kind of loud. I'll take it down a touch. So, what do we have? Batteries on, alternators, give me nav lights, and since it's a pretty kind of tight place, we'll do anti-collision lights too. Cabin heat, assuming it's cold out there. We'll get the avionics on board. And the Garmin is firing up. And what else do I want? I'll probably use the 530 just to find my way to Vancouver. And I don't know where we'll land. I also haven't updated my AirAct cycle in a while, so it's entirely possible my stuff's going to be out of sync. All right, MSFS. We'll set full fuel. And searching. I don't know how this works. I kind of wish I did, but at least I know how to use GPS on this thing now, which is cool. Com 1. We have comms. And, I wonder what these are for. Oh, here's my altitude stuff. I just don't know how to set an altitude and hold it, but that's cool. I'm going to be doing VFR-ish flying anyway, so I'm not worried about it. Flight director is up, and I don't know if this plane has a yaw damper. It might not. And now I see stuff, which is good. So I think learning about this plane will be dope. I just haven't spent time flying it that much, and I really should. This is such a nice looking plane, and it's got character. So let's just take off and go flying. And I'm going to probably take the GPU off now. Take the chocks off. Fuel tanks are 50% full. It's not going to take me 570 nautical miles to get to Vancouver. So, wind speed display, relative wind is calm. I'm not going to worry about stuff like that. We have our fuel. And I think I'm going to get to, I don't know if I have to do anything. Let's just get to ready to start state. There we go. And now we're going to go ahead and see if we can actually crank this engine. So let's see. What am I missing here? Anti-collision. Landing lights are off. Taxi lights are off. Pitot heat's off. Cabin heat's on. That's interesting. Ready to start has the um, avionics turned off? That's bizarre. Okay, where is the engine starter? We will get the boost pump on. The boost pumps on. What am I missing? Right main. Where's the starter? Where's the starter? What are you? Lights. Cabin air. Okay, there we go. Prime. And let's see. Oh, someone's on the runway. Cool beans. Oh, we got some aircraft here. Rock on. All right, clear prop. Oh, I must have forgotten to do something. Why is this not working? Probably because mixture's full lean, not rich. There we go. And clear prop on the left. There we are. We are good. Boost pumps can come off. Listen to me talk like I know what I'm doing. This is fun. All right, so we have cabin heat on, pitot heat on, um, taxi light's going to be on, master on, and that should be it. We're full rich. We're not going to be flying that high. We're not going to be flying that long, and that's good. That's good. Good enough for me for right now. Also, nice. Nice looking plane. Look at how nice this is. Wow. Definitely a kind of late 1950s classiness about this thing that just makes me happy to be flying it. All right. So, taxi lights on. Let's go ahead and release the parking brake. And that should be good enough for volume. Let me know if it's too loud, guys. That's interesting. Why is my viewpoint going up and down? That's not good. Let's check the controller. Okay, so camera, cockpit camera. So I'm looking for anything that's using my triggers. Okay, yeah, that does not need to be. I don't care. That's what I have. That's what I have for, taxi and stuff. So, and that should do it. Don't know why it's not letting me do anything else. Yes, a blind save. And why can't I go back? Hello? That's not good. I don't know why I can't go back to the sim now. Hmm. Go back. Go back. That's weird. Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to go to activities and pick something else and then start over again. That sucks. But give me a bit. We'll just get the plane going next time. I hope I don't have to force close the program. Not what I wanted to do, but okay. There we go. That's better. Yeah, it seemed like it went funny when I changed the buttons. So hopefully won't have a problem now. Let's choose Friday Harbor again, and this time we'll start on the ramp, and I'll choose the already turned on preset. All right, here we go. Let's take a look at the preset config and just do start engines. Oh, hold on. Gotta go full rich. There we go. All right, wonderful. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I really don't know why that happened, but it did. Let's go flying. Parking brake release. Last time I checked, the winds were coming out of the south, so we'll take off to the south. It has been a while since I went to Friday Harbor. Runway's narrower than I remember, but that's okay. I think the same plane is on here that was before. So I'm gonna give it like about 30 seconds and I'm just gonna take off. If it's just like it stays there. I get the feeling that's AI traffic because most people in a small multiplayer plane probably wouldn't belly up to the back of a what looks like an A340 about to take off. But let's see. All right, we'll park it. And they're not moving, so I'm pretty sure they're AI. All right, let's go for it. One notch of flaps should do with full power. Speaking of which, why am I not getting? I'm getting power, but is it that I'm not? I see. There we go. Whew. That's better. Okay, it's probably the flaps warning. I get it. Okay. This airplane is loud. Do we have headphones? I don't know. Let's go ahead and fly north. It It is beautiful out here. Okay, we are leaving the Friday Harbor area. Friday Harbor is back there. Are the planes still on the ground? They might have left, I don't know. Or despawned. Alright, so we got a while before we get to Vancouver. It's slightly off my nose. But I'm enjoying flying this plane. Pitch the nose down a little bit. Build some airspeed. Just hand flying for fun. Thanks again to everyone that tuned in for Scenery Dev earlier today. We are just chilling now, doing a relaxed flight to Vancouver, although I may want to get under the clouds. And I also may want to kick up my carb heat. Excuse me. There we go. Prop de-ice is now on. How we doing here? I think my wing got a little icy, but I have the carb heat now. Wow, that's kind of impressive how quickly that happens. Panagon, it has been a while, my friend. It's great to see you. I am just chilling in the 414, doing a nice chill, not officially VFR-ish flight to Vancouver. We're clipping it along at about 180 knots as we chew through some altitude and some clouds. Such a nice looking airplane. I like it. Pitching it down, we're going to try to get under the cloud cover and see if we can make it to Vancouver and not crash the plane, because that would be great. It's a bit bumpy. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Does look like we are really getting past the breaking point speed for this aircraft, so I gotta be careful. Well, if I was being careful, I would have already activated my anti-ice and would have been way above or way below the clouds, so yeah, about that. Taking my manifold pressure down. Literally a quick trip up the bay to Vancouver to check out some spots and then be done for the evening. I hope everybody's doing well. I am on break, took today off from work, and just trying to do my best to enjoy the Christmas season. It's already upon us, and I don't want to take it for granted, if you know what I mean. But how are you folks doing tonight? I appreciate you stopping in. I appreciate you saying hello. I definitely appreciate the people that are lurking, and I hope that you're having a very good evening. I am flying. What is there a name for this bay? I mean, I took off from Friday Harbor and I'm flying up north to Vancouver. That much I know. Exactly how I'm getting there or where I'm going to land once I arrive at Vancouver is debatable, but we are on our way, and we're going to check out some sites in downtown and see if I can remember any place that I saw when I docked there after I took a cruise down from Alaska to Vancouver this summer. I, as some of you know, took a trip out to Alaska over the summer with family, and I had a phenomenal, amazing, unbelievable time. Like it's hard to put into words what the experience of going to a place like Alaska is like. It's just tough. But I can tell you that it was enjoyable, impressive, and unlike anything I've experienced. Wow, look at that vista. So we are just flying under some clouds as we approach Vancouver, and I am wondering what the next few weeks are going to hold. I have been working on a few different projects, and I have been trying to, I don't know, enjoy myself otherwise. Let me see if I can improve my shadows here. I'm noticing the reflections aren't the best. Ultra high, medium, low, high, low texture resolution. I don't care about texture resolution. Give me that VRAM. Shadow maps, terrain shadows, contact shadows, medium, reflections, rate marked reflections. Oh, okay. Let's try. Let's try medium. And let's try 256 for cube map reflections. Well, 192. And ambient occlusion to medium. Bloom, depth of field, don't care. Don't care. That should probably be good. Okay. Ain't like that, but that's also not something I'm worried about. My currency is frame rate. I like smooth flying. If that means that my shadows or my reflections don't look all the best, eventually my brain tunes that out anyway. Unless it's something I really care about, like frame rate, in which case that'll never get tuned out of my head. But I am flying the Cessna 414, and I am enjoying it. It's a very nice looking airplane, and all things considered, it's got a very nice interior inside. And we're coming up on downtown Vancouver. The airport is where, I wonder? Oh, okay. It's at my 10 o'clock. All right. So I think I'm actually going to climb a bit more now. And now we'll see what we see. Looks like there's a little bit of fog in the valley over there. Actually, a little bit of fog everywhere. Is that something? Is that a boat out there? No, just an island. Okay. Yeah, I still like flying in the sim. I don't do it that often, but I have not been behind the controls of this aircraft in a while, so it's nice to do that. Back when I had FSX, I used to like flying the Learjet a lot, and I would try to like at one point I was like doing more hand flying after takeoff because it's a nice plane to fly. It's just so responsive, so kind of like, you know, true to input. I don't know if you could say true to input. I just know it's fun to fly. All right, so we should be coming up on the airport at Vancouver shortly, or excuse me, the international airport. I have a freeware scenery. I understand there's also payware for this airport as well, which I think also includes a downtown cityscape, but it's okay. I don't need that. I think once I go around Vancouver once or twice, I'm probably going to sign off, grab some evening coffee, and then decide what I want to do the rest of the night. I'll make backups of my scenery progress, and then probably mess around with like a Raspberry Pi 3 or 4, and maybe put some things together. I I like that, and I want to make sure that I actually use it. So I will. I wonder, can I keep this thing wings level with autopilot? I don't know. What's my heading? What's my heading? What is that? Is that? Oh, that's the nav. So where's my heading bug? Let's see. If I turn on autopilot and I hit heading, autopilot's on. Heading. Which way were we going to turn? Let's set it to 30. 300. Okay, there's my heading bug. So we're following a heading now. That's good. And tell you what, let's, oh wait, hold on. Let's choose, let's choose 4,500. So now we have a heading, and now we have an altitude that we're trying to hold. Or at least eventually. Oh, that's altitude alert. That's not necessarily anything. So, okay, whatever. It is holding my heading, so at least there's that. Back course, nav 1 and 2, VOR. There's a lot for me to learn. Okay, I think we're about to overfly Vancouver now. Vancouver International. Okay, and way off at a distance, there are some boats. So there we go. That's kind of cool. And there's downtown Vancouver. Ta-da! Okay, so let's go ahead and swing around and just go ahead and cut straight into downtown. We'll go due north until my nose crosses the highway. I will say this much. Vancouver International Airport's big. Maybe 020? No, 010. That's good. All right. Okay, so that's the airport I flew home from, and there's downtown. There goes some either multiplayer or IRL traffic. Can't tell what it is from here, but it looks nice. And I went through downtown to get to the airport. So let's start swinging over that way slightly. I don't know how many boats were in dock that day, but it does look nice. Downtown will get better. My terrain rendering is at 200, so it's costing me a little bit of frames, but we should be okay otherwise. Unless, of course, it doesn't. What is my setting at, actually? General... Oh, level... No, that's terrain level detail. Let's do 200. No, cancel that, please. Let's resume. It should render better shortly. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the westernmost piece of the Canadian Rockies that hit Vancouver. Unless this is a different mountain range. I know the Rockies are kind of past that way, but I think these are the Rockies too. And yeah, pretty much this is what I remember. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and cut the autopilot for now. And then there we go. There's the, I guess the seaport terminal. And then from there was a literal, almost straight drive to Vancouver International. Looks so almost like otherworldly. It's so foggy. I'll see if I can actually get closer. There's a cruise ship down there. There's a couple. Still going pretty fast. Wow. Don't know what stadium that is, but that looks nice. Ooh, there it is. Whatever that is. I'll try coming in low again over the bridge and then checking out downtown, and then we'll buzz the airport and land. I'll stay above the bridge so that I don't actually try to fly underneath it and check and see whether or not there's any collision detection. There probably shouldn't be, but I'd prefer to watch out for that. It does look pretty, though. Ooh, pretty detailed, too. All right, it's going to give me a much better idea of what the city looks like. Clearly, the aviation administration would not appreciate me flying this close to the airplane. I'm sorry, the ships or downtown, but only way I can get a closer look at these buildings. Look at that. Yep, so we came out and then essentially flew right through downtown. Well, not flew. I rode in a bus, but I went past that building. I think that's Parliament. And then went past this building and went on my merry way. Okay, so which way did I go? I think I went this way. Yes, there we go. Yeah, unless of course I didn't. I forget exactly which road I took, but I know it was a pretty straightforward shot out of town. I think that's still it. The sun is setting out here as we start to wrap up. Bleeding a little bit of speed, that's okay. That's what I want. And then I think you take a road, that tiny bridge up ahead, which is just off my nose. And then that bridge takes you to the airport. So go past these buildings, dip left, turn right, get on this road, cross over. And then I guess you go over this kind of like light rail deal. And there it is. All right, let's follow the conga line in, or at least shift to the other runway. Well, they're out a while, so you know what? I'm just gonna go for it. Put the landing gear down to add some drag. Woohoo! Bank angle, bank angle. A little bit of flaps. Some more flaps. And extremely short final. So hopefully this won't be a very bumpy landing. Okay, so I think that was the middle marker. I think that plane's taken off. So I'll do the nice guy thing and go around. I'll do right traffic to line back up. There's the airport. It is a big airport, wow. There's the runway. Okay, so unless someone's coming in right now, we should still have a good shot at getting in. All right, pardon me, folks. Excuse me. Sorry about that. My one cat was getting into some mischief. I had to figure it out. I'm back. Okay, so how we doing here? I think we're okay. We'll probably swing around really fast if we move. Whoo! Let's go. And let's put it down. And I do have my gear down, right? Yes, I do. Gently. It's gonna bounce a bit. Oh, wow. I didn't bounce. Sweet. Not bad for a gamepad landing. Superb. Not bad. Not bad. All right. And then slow down and go straight to Canadian authorities. But such is life. Look at that big plane. That does not look like a... No, it does. It does. I thought it wasn't a default plane. It is. I'll um, I'll park in front of here, and then basically I will drone cam around the airport for a little bit, and then wrap it up. But there we go. Huh, not a bad way to spend 4.5 hours. Not a bad way. This was pretty neat. Let's go ahead and pull in here, and then essentially just close up shop. Not bad. I think that's a spot. Oh, here we go. Here's one. Or at least I'm making it. All right. All right. That's it. Welcome to Vancouver. Let's go ahead and shut this thing down. And that's us parked. I could probably put the yoke and rudder locks on. And let's go do a little bit of drone flying. This is a freeware version of Vancouver that they updated a little while ago. Not as much details as some of the other, airports that are out there, but honestly, the level of detail that's here, I can appreciate. I wasn't at this terminal. I don't remember. I don't think. So I'm trying to remember where it was that I was at. Ooh, look at that. Wow. I didn't even notice this wing of the airport before. Nice details, bruh. Which side? Which side? Could have been this side. Hmm. Don't know. Oh, look at that. Little Embraer. Very nice. Interesting. Interesting. Lots of details to go, but honestly, it's cool. Trying to remember. I think I went this way. I do want to say I went this way because I think I was looking at departures and arrivals out here. And the arrivals we usually kind of go through here, then go through customs. Because I think there was an upper level at the airport, I want to say. And I'm reasonably sure there were a couple of gates, terminals here, including this one, which is where I think I boarded. And there's some restaurants here, including a Tim Hortons. But yeah, I'm okay with this. I can dig it. Might even go flying tonight again and fly a jumbo for cargo. But yeah, such is the life of a sim scenery developer. Who are you? Nice. That is an Argentinian airplane, so they could be flying back to Argentina. Always possible. It just takes you longer, that's all. So, cool. Folks, thanks for tuning in so much. I appreciate having you guys aboard, whether you are watching live or on the replay, or you are lurking or commenting. Definitely appreciate you guys stopping by. Appreciate you saying hello, especially. So, if you did, thank you. Um, I don't believe I'm going to be doing a stream tomorrow or Sunday. I have basically I've been doing no mic streams during the week for certain things, like for scenery dev. And I have also been doing Friday streams, this one and the one before it. But I was doing a Friday stream last week, much, much later. So today I think, doing what's going to be the norm for me. With the exception of the Friday before Christmas, I am probably going to be doing early afternoon to early evening streams. Um, Depends on schedule and what it is that I want to do. I might wind up doing an even earlier stream the Friday before Christmas so that I can spend some time with family. And I don't know. I think you know, two streams down for this year, for this month in terms of Friday streams. I'm happy. Alrighty. Who is on right now that we can say hello to with a raid? Let me see. Let me go check out the channel. It's been a nice run, I'll tell you that much right now. So, I'm happy. Okay, let's see. Aviator Chris is flying. We've got 757 Spy doing stuff. Scottish Pilot is on. Sticky Rice is doing Concord Lego construction. And my friend Alpha Charlie Twitch is on, who is flying or doing what? Let's see. Oh, normality. He is doing a Concorde flight from Heathrow to JFK. I think we're going to go ahead and pay him a raid. I haven't done that in a very long time, and it would be cool to catch up with him. So stand by, folks. Alpha Charlie Twitch. Sit tight for the raid. And much love to everybody. Like I always like to say, if you want true peace, you want the Prince of Peace, and that is Jesus Christ. Take care, everybody. Have a great night, and Lord willing, we'll see ya.